Alright, hello. How's everybody doing? So, back in the career game here, we're going to go ahead and play some other builds we haven't been using. So, we'll do that. A bunch of stuff I want to do here. Just make sure the stream's looking good there. Alright, very good. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's check our money situation. We got 77.8 in the bank. We got something out here. Bow Rider, 3, hospital. Let's look at our vehicles. I gotta have something out in the world. Okay, bunch of stuff up in the mine. Gonna have to go look at. Yeah, we'll no clip over there. I want to see what's going up. I can't remember what I did last, so go head over there. Alright, I get that miner and the fuel truck going. Okay. Alright, good. So those are shut down. That's fine. We got some stuff we can do with that shut off. Alright, so I'm going to spawn the swordfish, which was my entry for one of Alistair's challenges. I'm going to switch this music. I'm not caring for it. Alright, good. So we'll spawn the swordfish. We'll go do this rescue. Let's read the rescue first to make sure we have the right vehicle for it. Let's see. Bow Rider radioed for help. 9,000. 3 casualties to a hospital. So just 3 casualties to a hospital. So we just need a boat. So here's the swordfish. Alright, so we'll go do a quick run out and get the this rescue done. Am I having this damn sound bug again? Let me see. I gotta check game audio. Yep, sound bug again. I don't know what's causing this. Likely it is. It's a I would say it's some sort of driver issue. But we shall see. Rebooting usually fixes it. I haven't seen anyone else complain about it, and people are certainly not, there we go, withholding of their complaints with the game. So I would have thought I would have seen it. If it's game related, it could be any sort of driver issue. Trying to get some inspiration to build some stuff for a workshop episode, so I need to kind of look at that. Alright, let's go over here and we'll grab the swordfish. And what we'll do is most of the bases, that should be fine. So I'm going to save it over that so I don't have to keep moving it because that's getting old. Alright, there we go. We got a hospital ship out here. For our nav lights. It's been a while since I used this build, so I will have to try to maybe bring up the cover, take the cover screen off. Alright, good. It's been a while since I used this build, so heater, colors, okay, that's good. No autopilot on this. This boat's kind of cool because it has liquid cooling with scoops. So the scoops will force water through the cool manifolds. You can see them there. And it doesn't, yeah, because it's tough to put radiators in here. I would have to pump from the engines through, and it would kind of be a long drawn out process to do it. So I can just do that scoop cooling there, which is kind of cool. Alright, so let's find this. I don't think I have a GPS on this. No, I didn't put my GPS on this. So we'll just dead reckon it. Just kind of look for it with our eyeballs. That's the limitation of this boat, just because of, there it is. Okay, I didn't want to put it on for the challenge, I guess. Or I ran out of time, is more likely what happened. And you can see the temps are pretty good with just the liquid cooling. Helps to cut down some space. See what shutting override weather off. I'm gonna get rid of fog. Fog is just miserable. I can't do much with fog, so because you just can't see anything. So get rid of a little bit of fog, put some wind on, a little bit of rain. So constantly just trying to get some money in games so that we can get more toys. The more toys we can get, just gives us more variability to play. I can do more things. Long list of goals. Would like start refining fuel. That really increases our money flow, and it also allows us to have bigger creations. Like I'd like to get Tethies back in, so that's kind of necessary if I want to do Tethies to have copious amounts of fuel. So somebody is not healthy right there. Put him in the seat, please, dickhead. Alright, thank you. This person is incapacitato, so let's put them somewhere I can zap them. The old zap. I would say, you know, the water washing of the top is... Oh, shit, I don't have a defib. This isn't really a rescue boat, so this wasn't... The goal of this was not to be a rescue boat, so... Missing a lot of the things that would need. Oh, stop it. Could start at some point working on our... I think it was 3, right? On our new boat. Yeah, 3. Alright. Could start working on a new boat on the work shop at some point. Got to be careful with this person flopping on the deck. It's a good way to end up having glitch problems with that person flopping on the deck, but we'll try it and see what we can do. How's it going to Axton? I don't know if I'd necessarily say it's a starter boat, but it's a boat. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, this was for one of Alistair's challenges. So let's start writing down some things we would want in our next boat. I think it would be kind of cool. Because we have the other starter boat we were using, and then this one here, I'm just kind of using this episode, but it's not really set up for rescues. So, new rescue boat, I would like it to be catamarans, kind of interesting me. Cat, maybe. Hydrofoil. Cat foil. It needs to have sleeping quarters on it so I can get new missions. Med bed, maybe. Med bed, maybe. But definitely I like some sleeping quarters so that I can pop a new mission. I think we'll go swap and get our other boat. Because I need to defib this person anyway. We'll go get the other boat and then get a defib on them so that we can go ahead and get the extra money for that. It's worth the stop, seeing it's on the way. So maybe a cat, maybe foils, sleeping quarters, medical bed, GPS, ape, autopilot. Working on some new Lua gauges, so. So those are some things that maybe on a new one. Trying to just figure some things I want to build. Yes, it fits the starting berth. I don't know if it's more than 20. I'd have to look. It was for one of Alistair's challenges, so you know, it was whatever. It was within whatever the constraints were for that. Let me zoom up and I'll see if I can find what the constraints were for that. It must cost less than 60, so likely it's probably more, but I usually keep mine on the cheaper end anyway, so. But we'll get in there and we'll swap out boats for the other one. But what was the, let me look at the challenge again, what it was. Crabbing, no, that's crabbing boat. Okay, never mind. I'm on the wrong challenge. Alistair's had quite a few challenges now. Turn us here in a second. Alright. Still trying to find the challenge. Yeah, it's had quite a few challenges. Oh, shit. Thought I had a second to not pay attention. And I didn't. Alright. Go in the water, please, everybody, and I'm gonna despawn this boat and spawn the new one. Or the other one. I need some rescue equipment on the boat, and this one does not have any rescue equipment, so not the best choice to be taking on a rescue. Alright, let's grab the, shit, I meant to see what that cost. Let me see what it costs for you. This boat cost, yeah, it actually cost less than 20. It was 19, so. Let's grab the CBS boat and just take this one for now because this one has the defib I need to get that person popped. I'd like to kind of finish this boat too. Get this person popped before they're fully dead. They'll be dead in 2 minutes, so. Alright. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this is more like, if you hadn't watched the series before, this was the boat we were using in the 25 series, and I was updating it every episode, so we pretty much started from nothing, and, you know, build just a white hull to go drive around in, and then try to update it every episode. Alright, so let's make a little list too of what we want to keep doing to this boat. So CBS boat. Let's get rid of smoke. I don't know if I want an autopilot, but I do want the new Lua panels. I would put AP as a maybe. Maybe just a simple AP. Maybe just a simple heading AP. Yeah, maybe just simple heading only autopilot. That would be good. That way I can kind of not pay attention for a little bit at least. So this boat's doing, it's actually a little bit faster than that other one. We've got a tugboat for doing a towing we need to do. I'm not going to reinvent the wheel with that. We could do Rijou if we really wanted to. But I do kind of have a new area where I don't really have a kind of a mid-ranged rescue boat. Because usually I'm putting them on home ships, and the home ship needs to be reasonably small so that I can launch it, and speed's the most important thing there, so. Kind of figure out what we want to do with that. I've got the seaplane that needs some work too. We can start using that for some rescues, like that would be super fast to do rescues. I think that needs some medical equipment. Yeah, it's if the pivots are clipping, it's you have it too close to something. Yeah, but that one's on the work. That one's in the workshop. That was for Alistair's challenge, the swordfish. So let me look at kind of thinking of a, not huge on hydrofoils. I think they're cool, but everybody and their brother does it in games, so I like to do more conventional stuff. You know, and I would like to get Tethys going and a boat used. Like, I've got a lot of systems of boats kind of all over the place, so I'm trying to make some modular stuff, some more standardized modular stuff, so that I can more readily and easily just like throw the shell of something together and then take all the modules. So like if I had a twin engine boat suite, essentially a module where it had all the parts, it has the instrument clusters and it has the engine controllers, and I can pretty much, you know, throw together a hull, and then I put all that logic in, so I don't have to reinvent the wheel. So maybe we could work on that during a workshop. But cat would be kind of cool. I haven't made a cat in a while. Maybe not like a full stick out of the water hydrofoil, but like a cool cat with, you know, that gets on plane nicely. That would be kind of cool. It was, you know, a small Acranoplan. I have a medium-sized Acranoplan. Like, we could get the Acranoplan out. It is diesel. So, running the Acranoplan again was good. I didn't play with that all that much, so kind of cool to get that going. Trying to find some inspiration to do a workshop episode of some new builds, so kind of round out what we need. And right now we have a couple builds tied up with mining, and I don't want to bring those builds down yet. I'm trying to get a good supply of coal down to the base here. Currently have 3,200, which is only worth 6,400, so not a lot of money. So we're trying to get it where I can get a full train load of coal. So kind of taking some, you know, go drill for a little bit, especially that coal mine is very much in the dark all day. Yeah, so I think a catamaran would be cool. I started building one. I've never done, never submitted anything for any of the 4x4 challenges, but I did start a cat for that. I can look at that hull, see if I want to work at that hull. You know, the hull's not really all that big of a deal, and the interior takes a little bit of time, but it's mostly reinvent the microcontrollers. I can start ripping some stuff apart, and I'm trying to come up with a suite, for, like I said, for essentially a modular solution to everything where, like I was saying, I have, I did it with that coaxial helicopter where essentially it's just the engines and the engines and the rotors. Like I can change the rotors out, but that's going to be all set. So I can take all the panels, and eventually when I get all the cockpit accoutrement done, I can just copy that stuff and then build on top of it, you know, and implant it into the hull so that I don't need to completely start from scratch every time I try to do something, because that just takes too long. Are you gonna follow? You gonna follow? Alright. Alright, they're behaving. We could get the Acranoplan out this episode. That'd be kind of fun. I haven't played with that Acranoplan in a while. The nice thing with that, it's super fast. I was thinking of making an Acranoplan home ship. Again, I don't have that much time comparatively to how I used to be able to play. So building a home ship size thing again is very time intensive. I just don't have that time, so. Alright, good. They're all there. That's some good money there we got for that. Let's see if we get any respawn crates. It's like to pull Tethys out of the world is hundreds of thousands, plus it's, you know, at least tens of thousands of liters of diesel, and that boat I want to convert to diesel. Let's get this back to the base. We could look at the Lua panel for this. I started making a new boat Lua panel. So we can take a look at that and try to whip, you know, just make a little bit of progress. I don't need to do too much, but get that center panel done. I don't know. What's the AI coding thing? I have nothing. I don't know anything about it. I don't watch 454's videos. I don't watch really much. I don't watch any Stormworks YouTube really. I make enough. I don't watch it. I watch other stuff. I watch mostly engineering YouTube, super fast math stuff like that. I was gonna make a tutorial on seaplanes at some point. I see a lot of like interesting ideas on how to make seaplanes work that are not really effective or accurate, and so I think making a seaplane tutorial would help some people out. So like I was thinking a couple home ship ideas, and like I said, that would take forever to do some of the home ship stuff because it just needs so many microcontrollers, and it's helpful that I have a bunch of the panels from other stuff I could migrate over. Some thoughts were a home ship size Acranoplan. That'd be really cool. One you could land, you know, helicopters and VTOLs on, have some rescue boats. That would be really cool. The other idea was to have a home ship-sized submarine that you could land helicopters on and put land vehicles in. So kind of that standard home ship thing that I do, where you can put every type of vehicle inside the boat, so the boat can go out, stay on autopilot. You can fly off. You can put a land vehicle on the land and do a bunch of that stuff. So that'd be kind of cool, either an Akranaplan or a submarine. I think Akranaplan would be more. There's some issues with an Akranaplan. One, you know, burn a lot of fuel. Pretty much all the home ships going to burn a lot of fuel, but one issue with a Akranaplan of that size is you've got such speed that to be able to put on VTOLs and stuff, the only benefit to that is that you can go do something else with your Akranaplan as doing something else. And so, for example, if you were going to do fuel trading with the Akranaplan and you wanted to go up to the Arctic, you know, because it's so fast, sending it up to the Arctic on its own is not a bad idea. The problem with it's just so fast that it starts to make any sort of your air vehicles not very useful, because why do that when you can just use the Akranaplan? Why have a fast rescue boat on the Akranaplan when the Akranaplan's greatest benefit is its speed? So it starts to take away some of the reason you'd have a home ship. The submarine makes sense, you know, more. You know, it's slower. You know, so even if you got the submarine up to 30 or 40 knots, if you have a rescue boat that does 60 knots, or an air vehicle that does a couple hundred knots, that makes it so that, yes, it makes sense to surface the submarine, launch the air vehicle, or the high-speed rescue vehicle, you know. And a Akranaplan, more logistically based, where, for example, you do container transport, that makes sense, because you're doing very high speeds to transport fuel, containers, any sort of cargo, makes sense. But as a home ship, it doesn't make too much sense to me. How's it going there, Jay? I have no issue with somebody using any tools necessary to, it's like, what's the difference between doing that and just, asking Google, like, how do you code this thing? You know, the difference is, theoretically, you learn more by learning each component of coding, but I don't give a shit if somebody uses AI to code. You know, it works. If it works for them, it works for them, you know? You know, I like making all my own microcontrollers. I'm not great at Lua. I'm trying to get better. You know, look at, like, if I looked at somebody else's Lua panel and I got some insight of how to do something, you know, am I to figure everything out on my own? You know, it just doesn't make any sense. So I don't care that use AI. It doesn't pick my pocket. All right, I'm just going to go ahead. We'll get rid of the rain. All right. Let's see what we want to do. We can mine some coal, but it's probably best to let some of that recuperate. Let's go over there and see where we're at as far as if there's coal inside there. What's that? Okay, good. We just got something. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and do this. I can bring my Akranaplan. So let's see what we have for fuel. Plenty of diesel. We still haven't sold our diesel yet. Blue fishing ready for help 5,000. So I wanted to play with the Akranaplan, so let's do that. So what I recommend after every play session here, every time you do a rescue, before you do a rescue, save. That way you have a backup you can go back to. And so let's say the game glitches out. A lot of people get frustrated with the game glitching. Well, I don't, because it takes 2 seconds for me to go back to my save. And I didn't lose anything. And I could complain about it and get pissed off and, you know, jump off for the day, or I could just say, hey, you know what, let's reload it. All right, here's the Akranaplan. Let's go ahead and take this. This is diesel. We'll go do this rescue. Yeah, so this has a lot of the things I need, so might use this for a bit. All right, now I have to try to remember how to run this thing. So master power on. Um, Heater, cockpit's okay. That's my lighting. Release parking brake. Okay. It doesn't have any wheels. The release parking brake is because this panel came off something else. Another. Doesn't have gear either. They just haven't been taken off. Okay. Autopilot master, nav lights, beacons, strobes, landing light we don't need. Prop pitch, thrust. Okay, that's prop pitch and thrust. Thumb H menu. Up, down is throttle, space, brakes, which I don't have. Prop is 1 and 2, and 4 is gyro. Okay. Now what's that? That is low volts. Alright. So plans, if you don't understand how they work in ground effects. They have to stay close to the surface. And so I have it built in here is once this gets out of ground effect, which is half your wingspan, it will automatically lose lift. And so it's not an airplane, it has to stay close to the ground. So that's what an plan does. If I put the autopilot off, I could just see what we want here. Let's say 30 feet. Alright, we're going to put on the altitude hold, 30 feet here. AP master. Okay, there's the rescue right there. So I'm going to come back around for this. So spotted the rescue. Let's turn around and go back. I'll plan a landing a little bit. There it is. All right. All right, we're going to shut off the autopilot so I can land better. We'll start bringing the power back. What is that? Caution. Low fuel. Where's my fuel at? Why is my fuel so low? Did this not... I wonder if I was doing a test and never filled up the fuel. That's not good. This should be pretty fuel efficient. What's the base showing? I took out 1,000 liters. Can't imagine it burned 1,000 liters of diesel already. We'll infinite fuel this if we need to. Alright, we need a fire extinguisher. We have that on us. Torch. Let's grab the Fire X. Nice to bring the plan back. I haven't used the plan in a while. The plan took a lot of work to build, and let's get away from that. And I didn't see how many people, but yeah. So like, I think to make it worthwhile to build a bigger plan, especially something that burns a lot of fuel, is going to be it has to do some commerce. It has to be able to sell fuel and goods here. Alright, they're coming back to life. Alright, what's the mission show? 1 casualty and fires. Okay, so we only have 1 casualty. He's on board. He's healing. So maybe instead of building a new boat that, you know, is going to take me forever to build, that I'm not going to probably use all that much. Get away from the fire, scoundrel. There's a hatch I could open. I want to know why some of these people designed the boats the way they did. Like, rudder, and then the propeller's not behind the rudder. I just don't get it. Alright, that's out. We got some money for that. Heal myself back up. Yeah, this just, like, the design doesn't make sense to me, but... whatever. Let's see. Anything else on this? I didn't need to repair it, did I? Nope. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm curious why... I don't know if... I might have dragged the fuel down, because I can't imagine we burned through a full tank of fuel already. There's no way in hell. This thing used to... I used to go, like, hundreds of miles with this thing. And be good. I don't know what the deal is, why we're having struggles now. I even forget what the hell's in here. Okay, there's a sleeping quarter. Some more tools. Bathroom? Yeah, bathroom. I haven't been in this sucker in a while. Alright. Let's go ahead and start up. Let's go ahead and let's put some GPS coordinates here, and we'll run the autopilot for a little bit. Where's that boat? Looking for the... Get up, you dick. Where's the hospital ship? If it's stopped, we can go right over there and drop this guy off. I think we'll try to do that, seeing I'm having some... Alright, so there's the plan running. That's some glitchy shit there. So I've got some sort of air being drawn from the inside that's causing a pressure problem, so I gotta figure that out. That's what that is. That's me having a pressure problem. So I don't know what the deal is with that. I'll have to look that up. You know what it is? It's my build system. I bet you the build system's on. Yeah, build system's on, and there's no fresh air coming in at all, so I need to add that to the list. We'll fix that. So, a plan. Switch to my G2 pen, so much better. Let's add a fresh air vent. Air vent for cabin. So what's happening there is, this happens a lot, people don't understand what it is. You see that little symbol on the side? The reason for that is my build system is detecting water. So you see there's some water in here, there's a tiny bit of water, and it's causing my pumps to pump out water, but it also pumps out air, so the pressure goes too low and I die. Or I get hurt. And so the way you fix that is you put an air vent. And with the gas relief valves, all it really is a filter that only allows gas or liquids in. You have a liquid relief valve and you have a gas relief valve. And gas relief valves only allow a gas to come in and out. So what you do is you put a port with a gas relief valve, and that allows it to pump to bring fresh air in. That's it. And I forgot to do it, and that's why I'm getting that symbol on the side. And so now that we're out of there, I'll put on player damage again. So it's made a little note to fix that. We'll fix that on the build when we get back. But these are things I understand. A lot of people don't know anything about physics, don't know anything about many things. But you go ahead and you fix some of those issues, and you get dead doctors, huh? What happened here? What happened here? The other thing we need to look at is I need to check fuel on the Plan. Check fuel. Read chat once we get back. But yeah, like an Plan is a good, I would say, more interesting thing to me than an unreasonably fast boat. You know, like, I try to keep my boats maximum like 20% faster than their real-life counterpart. And so, like, if I want to go do something really like a rescue really fast, I'd rather have something cool like an Plan. Yeah, so definitely there's a fuel. Either I didn't fill the fuel up, or there's some issue and I gotta fix with the fuel. Come on, stop jumping around like a dickhead. Alright, let's go ahead and just turn on infinite fuel to limp back to base. Alright. Yeah, I think an Plan is kind of a fun way to do some of these rescue missions. And it's different, you know? Now, it's only supposed to be in ground effect, which ground effect is half of your wing length, of your wingspan. So if your wingspan is, say, 10 meters, it'll be 5, you know? Alright, just taking a screenshot. So we'll see where the fuel spawner. I might have just not. Might have not. It might have been doing a test where I didn't have it fully filled. That could be a problem. Yep. All right, let's see what's the problem with this. With the fuel. Let's see. Spawners should be full. See if I can spot the issue here. So this is all fuel here. Okay, this has like even the, like, this is not using a physics sensor. This is using like all the linear speed stuff. So this has got some old stuff in it that I want to change out. Let's see. All right, there. Okay, so see, that's what it was. I had the fuel filled to 10%. That was it. It was probably for a test, or let's spawn it with full fuel and see if it floats all right. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so that's all it was. I had made sure the spawners on there were down for some test I probably did, and that screwed it up. Saw a little bit of pitch flutter on the elevators. So on pitch, let's bring it down to 15%. And then I need to ventilate the interior. People complain about this like to no end with, oh my god, the pressurization update. And it's like, it is such a quick fix to make this not happen anymore. So we have our, okay, so here is our bilge pump system. So there's, if we get water in here, this meter detects it and it says, hey, pump. All right. If this one detects here, it says pump. If this one, it says somewhere in here, probably pump. And if this one, it pumps. So all of these do is it says, hey, if there's any water in there, start the pump. But the problem is you don't have any air going in to the build. And so we need to make it so that we can also get some air in here so that we don't, you know, asphyxiate. So there's a couple ways I can do this. One, it's pumping water in, and I think this build came out before one of the updates. So what we'll do here is we'll go ahead and let's see if I can add one. So this is the plumbing you can see for this system here. And that's the plumbing for the bilge system there. And it goes all the way back to here, right? And there it goes above, and it goes there. So this here is the bilge system here. And we need to find where the pump is, which is right here. So this is the pump, right? And that's pissing the water out the side. So what we want to do is we essentially want to make it so that it will only pull liquids. And so what I'm going to do here is, let's do... All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a liquid valve on this, or a liquid valve. So let's do liquid. And so again, all this really is, the filter says, hey, only let liquids through. That's it. And I'm going to put that on the pump so that this can only pull liquids. Get the colors right. I colored a bunch of the stuff in here, so let's do that. All right, so this is only going to allow liquids to come through. And so instead of it pumping all the air out of my rooms and ends up, decreasing the pressure and causing people to suffocate and die, now it can only pump liquid through. Make sure that's liquid. I'm pretty sure I typed in liquid, but let's do it again. Yep, liquid relief valve. So now only liquids can go through, and the pump is not going to suffocate us. So that's good. That's fixed. So check fuel's done, and then that's it. So that's really quick and simple. Don't do a new one. Stop, you scoundrel, scabrous dog. Whatever, we'll do a new one, and I'll put the date. All right, there we go. Cranoplan, there we go. So that should be better. Again, the fuel was just, I didn't have it fully filled. All right, let's read some of this chat. How's it going there, Alexander? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad you're back. Jay, I said hi, but I'll say hi again. How are you? Yeah, people like to make shit up, but not make shit up, but people like to make a big deal out of everything. They expect everybody who talks about these things to be an expert. Like Alistair put out a good video talking about Lua. I learned a bunch from it, and he's like, I don't know much about Lua, And, it's like, you don't need to put in these qualifiers all the time. Like, I can teach somebody something I just learned. Like, for some of the Steam stuff, Darkside Tripper, that's all he does. And so I went and asked him, hey, what are some of the best practices of Steam? And I could have spent hours of myself doing all this research ad nauseum, or I could ask somebody who has done a lot of that research, and ask them, hey, and then I could go test it out really quickly on my own, say, hey, does that work? And I'm like, oh, yeah, it works. And, you don't have to come up with everything as an original thought, right? You can utilize other knowledge, right? Those of us who went and got degrees in certain things, we don't have to go do all the research ourselves. The professors learned those things through their research and then taught us what their research, came up with. And then we can go then, use that information and tell other people that information because the work has already been done, You don't have to come up with it on your own. It's pretty silly. Yeah. But yeah, I don't get the controversy. That's silly shit. It's like, I want to make a PFD. I'm not a coder. It's not what I do. So it's like I could try to come up with it on my own, or I can go to Google, and then, I'm sure people be like, oh, we went to Google. It's like, it's just as stupid, Doesn't matter if you go use AI. Doesn't matter if you go use Google. You're doing the research to figure out if the thing works, then the thing works, I don't see controversy. It's pretty silly. All right, let's see what we want to do here. All right, so let's see. Let's do some more Cranaplan. We just played with it. I want to play with some more. And let's go ahead and we'll sleep in this bed. And then we'll get some missions. Let's just go bang some missions out. And try to make some money. All right, blue recreational boat requires servicing near the key tunnel. All right, so part of the servicing thing, we need to see if it's going to need fuel because we can't do that. Refuel and conduct repairs on the blue recreational boat. So that one is actually filling up with fuel, so we would need our new CBS boat. I can't use a Cranaplan for that. I don't have a pump-out method, so we're just going to go sleep through this one. Again, you don't need to do every mission. You don't like the mission, go do something else. Extinguish all fires, rescue 6 casualty, Keys Road Bridge to the hospital. All right, so this here is, they look like they're in the water, picnic boat. Okay, good. So that's definitely that. Let's go ahead and set a waypoint. That's a good one for the Cranaplan. I've got a fire extinguisher in it. And we can get there fast. All right, so I don't have enough diesel to fill it 100%. That's fine. If we look at the base, we're all the way down. That's fine. So you see the water going, and that's why the system. So right now, right, let's make sure player damage is back on. All right, so see I'm not dying now, and that's because it's pulling air through the lines, but it's not pulling huge quantities of air. And once it fills the pipes up, it's just pulling liquid because the pump is only able to pull the liquid at that point. So we'll go ahead and we'll do an altitude hold of 10 feet. All right. That's what this is great for. This a Cranaplan. Like, you see how fast it's going. You know, we're doing 228 knots. So, like, you know, I see people making those boats that are ridiculously fast. It's just not my style. Like, if I'm going to do something unreasonably fast like that, I'm just going to go ahead and I'll do something like in a Cranaplan. All right, we've got that set in. Bearing is 314. So let's go 314 on the heading. So it's off to the left here. 314. So it's over here. It's on the other side of this. I gotta be careful going through this bridge. Is there a bigger span? I can't remember. This is the downside to the Cranaplan, as you can see. It's designed to be very, yeah, it's fast, but it's gonna have a big turn-in circle. It's got a lot of momentum. And so, you know, I can get there fast, but I have to, like, kind of plan a landing, and then I have to taxi over. It burns more fuel than, you know, a comparable boat, so you're paying more in fuel costs to be able to get there quicker, essentially. You know, I try to keep all my builds to be, you know, reasonable economically, so that, you know, it's justifiable. So, like, right now, I'm going faster than my CBS boat would go. Yeah, I'm doing 48 knots. I don't have an APU on this, do I? No. Don't think I do. I need to start always putting an empty 3 slaughter. in my vehicles so that when I inevitably have something on me, I can get rid of that. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, people giving people shit about, you know, using AI for stuff. I'm not a huge AI fan, but I still, like, I have no problem people using it for whatever they need to use it for. You know, I just don't want to take people's jobs, that's it. Alright, good. So fire's out. Start getting, we got a lot of croakers here, so we need to start. Should have taken a croaker first so I can put him in the bed. The bed will resuscitate somebody. I should shut the lights off or keep the engine running because I will start running that battery down. All right, there and there. I've got the fire extinguisher. Let's go ahead. So see that door auto closes? If water comes in, it auto closes. I gotta wait for it to pump out to a certain level, and then I need to go out. See, I can leave it open, and it will auto shut. So that was a system I put on a long time ago. If the water's over a certain amount, it won't let me close that. It won't let me open the door. So it makes sure that I don't accidentally sink. And yes, things will sink in game. If you build them correctly. I know people think that won't happen, but... How many videos do I need to put out of things sinking? Those videos are funny, but it's just hyperbole. It's people saying things don't sink when what they should be saying is things don't sink as fast as I would like them to. You know, that's the difference. Oh, good. Thank Christ they're with me. I was like, I don't want to go back. This is the other negative of the Akrana plan is I designed it to have a big turning circle, and again, everything should have reasonable restrictions. Fuck me. What's leaking oil? Something's leaking oil. All right, I gotta stop these people from following me. Something's leaking oil into the drink here. And so some of those reasonable restrictions are like, this has a big wide turning circle, but it's fast, you know, and so, yes, this is sometimes the best tool for the job. Other times it's not going to be. You know, it's going to be expensive, so it's definitely not an early game thing. All right, I got to... So this, I think, might have come out before we had the relief valves, which, again, are just filters. All right. That's all they are. They're really just filters. You know, we used to have a filter, if you guys were here, remembered it back in the day, which was... It was magic. You check the box and it was the filter for that thing, and it could filter out everything but XYZ, and you know, and it was unrealistic, right? You don't have things like that where you could filter. Oh, I just want to press, you know, have a checkbox and it filters out diesel, right? That doesn't exist, right? So they put this in where essentially it just, you know, limits whether it's gases or liquids, and I think that was a better thing, and it simplifies it. And part of it was like you would have broken their whole refining process because you could just like use a filter to refine instead of actually doing the refining process. So that's why they did it, and like people complained about it, but it was like, I think it was the better choice than having some weird cheaty like magic box that just does the thing. I think that takes out a lot of the engineering, which is what is great about the game, you know. Is actually having to engineer things. All right. Let's see if that's everybody. So I forget the number. There's a lot. It's picnic boat, raised 6. 6. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all of them. Anybody in desperate need of medical attention while I'm here? Not really. You can have the last little bit of that, you two, and then we're good. All right, let's get out of here. Yeah, it could have been that ship. I don't know. But I think it was my plan. Where's the island? There it is, okay. It's like, a lot of things even look slow in game, but like, turn your head to the left. You know, your peripheral vision isn't good, so like, you look over there, that looks fast. This doesn't look that fast. We're doing 181 knots. So, plenty fast. So we've got some sort of fuel leak I have to look at on this build. You know, I think be a lot of work to make on a plan that does the same job as this one for like, you know, again, the part of the problem with the plan, like I was talking about, is you don't need a fast rescue boat because the plan is fast. You know, like Tethys is reasonably fast, but it's still worthwhile having a very fast rescue boat that gets there much, much quicker. And Tethys can carry cargo containers, so if you're trying to go deliver some cargo containers, instead of doing a detour with Tethys, you can 1, 2, 3, 6, 6. Okay. Instead of doing a detour with Tethys, you keep Tethys doing what it's doing, and you take the rescue boat to go do the rescue. Or you take the helicopter, or whatever you're going to take. So you leave the thing doing one. You leave Tethys doing one job, and you take one of the other rescue craft to do that job. And I think that's a good balance. It makes you want to have a home ship. Like your plan, there's no need to have any sort of fast rescue craft because it is the fast rescue craft. I think it only really makes sense to have a smaller one as a fast rescue craft, and then maybe do a bigger one for logistics. And you need to really rake in some cash to make it worthwhile because likely you're going to be burning a lot of fuel. And so you really need to make whatever commodity you're trading very valuable. So something maybe like jet fuel to, you know, move jet fuel, which would be absurd. Well, I don't know if it'd be 100% absurd with a plan, but it's still much more economically viable to run some sort of ship because the ship goes very slow but holds huge, huge quantities, generally runs at a pretty economical fuel burn. It's why that's how they do it, you know. Because we have the technology for plans. You don't see them much because their main benefit is speed. We don't need to move fuel oil and whatnot at a high speed. You just don't need to. You don't need to move cargo at high speeds. You know, it's not really a necessity. But doing rescues, moving people at high speeds, people value the time, so you have transportation as a very high speed. That makes sense. You know, it's like one thing I like to do with Tethys is you put cargo containers on, put it on autopilot, then boom, a mission pops up. And you get off with your helicopter or with your rescue boat, and you go do a mission while Tethys is continuing on to go deliver cargo containers. All right, so that's pretty good here. Let's go ahead and shut down for the moment, and let's go just nap in bed. All right, Blue, let me write this down. Check fuel leak. Change it to leak on there. Blue recreational boat requires servicing in the ocean. Orange fishing boat requires service in the ocean. Repairs, we can do that one. That one's the one where we have to fill it. This one is repairs. So these are just a couple of repair missions. We can do either or both of these. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna put the GPS coordinates in here. Yeah, we're leaking oil, so I gotta... What's our fuel gauge looking like? I'm gonna head back to base. That's what I'm gonna do, because this sucker is leaking. See all the leaking we're doing here? So I gotta figure out why this sucker's leaking. Because that's a lot of my money was tied up in diesel, and I don't want to lose it. But yeah, this is the benefit of the Acrano plan is blazing fast speed. That's it. And that's about probably the actual distance you'd want to be off the deck. Just not hit the hospital ship. There we go. Yeah, you see, we left a ton of oil everywhere, so. Something's leaking. I gotta see how much diesel we have left, because that was a lot of money tied up in diesel. That was our main, like, bank account, was just the money we bought in diesel, so. Alright. See how much we put back in. Oh. That was brutal. Alright, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna roll back a save, because that was brutal. I'm gonna go use the facilities and take a quick coffee break here. Because, yeah, that's just... again, it's one of those things where, you know, the goal is not to be frustrated playing, and so it's like, we just lost huge amount of monies we made to go do a couple missions, and you can be like, oh no, I've just ruined my play session, or just be like, alright, roll back the save. So, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, good. So, yeah, we just rolled that back because that's, made some good money on that, but we also cost ourselves a lot with whatever this leak is. So, I'm going to look for the leak right now and see if we can't find it. Save is here if we need it. I'm just going to open this in the work bench and see what's up. So, there's fuel getting out somehow, and I need to figure it out. So... Yeah, we have the bilge pump is here, and it pumps out whatever's in, pumps out whatever is in the compartments here. So this is a compartment here. That's that one there. Goes through there, and then that's compartment one there. Compartment one there. So the bilge pump looks clean. This would not fill if it was not sealed, this forward fuel tank. All right, what is this? Is this air ballast? I don't know. What the hell is this filter doing here? I want to know what that's doing. That's suspicious to me. That's there. This is... What is this doing here? All right, so that's the air vent. Okay, that's the issue right there. So this was before for some of the filtering, and so to ventilate our tanks, it's venting the tanks here, and then it continues. Is it just venting there? It vents here, and I think it also, yeah, that's a tank vent right there, and then that there is going up to the engines. That's fuel. All right, so that's fuel right here. I gotta figure this system out. It's been a while since I did this. Yeah, you see that right there? That is allowing it to get out. All right, so I gotta fix this. That's where the problem is here. All right, so there's fuel. Fuel's coming over here. Going there. I don't know why we have two of these. That can go. So let's kill this. All right, let's go ahead and delete this stuff. All right, there we go. So that there is routing around, and that is bringing our fuel from the forward to the back. We want that to take both fuel and air. All right. This is why I don't like using that, my many rants about using the bucket. You see how the bucket, how shit's painted in here? I really don't like that, and that's because of using the bucket. Why I'd rather hand paint everything, because it starts painting stuff I don't want. Not the end of the world, but it is annoying. See, I'm like wasting all this time dicking around trying to get that color fixed there. All right, so that's fine. All right, so that will take fuel from the forward tank, which this is. And it goes all, you see all this paint business because of the bucket that I don't like. This is the old system. So again, kind of recapping some of the things the devs have done where like, hey, a ton of whiny people like, devs, suck, whatever. They've done a ton of great updates over the years that have been very beneficial. My favorite ones have been the ones where like all of this stuff here used to be what we needed. All these sensors were needed to be able to do some pretty basic some pretty basic like PFDs and stuff. And now we have the physics sensor, which is one block. And so that was a huge benefit that they did back in the day, was by doing that, what used to take like 6 blocks of space now takes 1. And then recently, the last couple weeks there, they did the update where they did the node stacking. Node stacking, same thing. It really reduces the space. And these are things where a lot of people, I don't think they fully understand how important that is. Because once you can cut down the space requirements of things, you know, that's huge. All right, so let's see. What is this? I gotta see where this is going. So that's fuel right here, likely. That is fuel. So that's fuel going up the top. So the first one here is going to be fuel. All right, that's fine. And we're going to put a fluid port on here. All right, so there's a fluid port, and I got to fix that. But those are my favorite updates, is when they update stuff like that, especially to make things that you can make smaller. Because, like, you may think, oh, I don't build small stuff, but it matters for the big stuff is because you can put that stuff in smaller spaces, and that's really helpful. All right, so this here is the air vent. That's where my fuel takeoff is. So really all we have to do is do air. Where is it? It's a gas relief valve. Gas relief valve. And so now here, the fluid can't go any further. All that says is, hey, only gas, no fluid, no fuel, or liquids rather. And so that's going to take it up into the engine there. And this here is going up here, and that is venting out. So that's where our problem was with spilling fuel out. This fuel was coming out of the top there, so that's done. Let's see where the older Cranaplan. So let's look at the date. I like that they're dated. That can kind of tell me where things were at the time. So you notice that was 11/12/2022. So that was 4 years ago that I made that build. At this point, not quite. You know, pretty much 3 years and a couple months. How's it going there, Aaron? Good to see you. So that's good. That was a quick fix. Make sure I saved it again. But yeah, that's a quick fix to get that build up to today's modern standard. And now that will work for us and not cause problems. All right, so let's see. Fires, casualties, hospital. Okay. So let's keep playing with the Cranaplan. So I roll back the save. Let's make some of that sweet money back. Let's make sure we load the new one. That's the. All right. Part of the problem was we were pissing our diesel, which we had 13,000 liters of diesel here. It's over there. So we had a lot of diesel spilling away. That was a lot of our money, and we need that money. So I could improve the Cranaplan a little bit. I don't know how much time I want to spend on playing with this Cranaplan. Let's go do some missions. All right. So I fixed some of the issues. Again, I get people's complaints about the pressurization major update, but it's also, a lot of it is just like whining at this point. It's like, it's been out for a long time. Figure out how to make it work. It really isn't challenging. It just really isn't, you know, at this point. So a lot of people don't understand the benefit of increasing your propeller pitch. So, of course, if you could turn your propeller as fast as you wanted, you would want max blade pitch all the time. The real benefit of it is how you would do it IRL. And the way they do it in real life is low pitch is good for takeoff and landing. You have very high RPM, you don't have a ton of thrust, but it makes the engine very dynamic. You can change speed really quickly, which is good for takeoff and landing. The real benefit is as you start to increase the blade pitch, it puts resistance in the propeller. You notice we're going slower now, right? We're doing like 220 knots before, and now we're going slower. It's going to try to crash me into the hospital ship. It's going slower, but we're burning a hell of a lot less fuel. And so that's why by increasing the blade pitch, it puts resistance on the engine and it decreases the RPS and you greatly improve your efficiency. So you'll see this in fixed pitch propeller airplanes. They'll either put a climb or cruise prop on. Climb prop's good for climbing, cruise is good for cruising, as you can imagine, as their names would dictate. And the cruise props are a higher pitch so that you get better fuel economy. So that you might lose some speed, but you're not burning as much fuel. And then you get into constant speed propellers where you essentially set the RPM you want, and the propeller changes to maintain that RPM. And so as you do that, the pitch will increase to reduce RPM. So it's putting load on the engine, and you save a lot of fuel. You go slower, but you save a lot of fuel. So you might go 5% slower, but you save 20% of the fuel. So you save a hell of a lot more fuel than you end up going slower. So that's kind of the whole thought process with prop pitch. That I get why a lot of people don't understand it, but it's like they're just like kind of running at full prop pitch all the time and say I can't take off. Yeah, planes don't take off with full prop pitch. They take off with a reduced prop pitch to make sure the engine can spin up. And then when they're in cruise, they increase their prop pitch to try to save some fuel and be more fuel efficient. Now, that's part of the commercial license. As you go and you fly complex, you know, that's the term of art there, is complex aircraft where they have constant speed propellers. All right, so that's good. Let's just go ahead and... They're in the med bed, right? Yeah, they should last a while. They'll be good. And then what's the time on this one? 53 minutes? Yeah, we're 53 game minutes. I'm just going to go sleep so we can get on the mission. You can hear the bilge pump going, and that's what was killing us earlier. You see it's not killing us anymore. We fixed that problem. Servicing, let's see if that's repairs or fuel. Fuel, I'm not going to deal with. That's tow. We're not doing that. One thing I think the devs could do as another mission ad that really isn't a lot of work, and I know people throw it around and they say it's not a lot of work to do these big game changes, but like one thing that's not a big game change, it's in the quarry, that you can do is they could add really, really large boats, and I don't mean huge, I mean like 50 meters, like the standard size, and literally there's nothing inside of them. They're decorated well outside, the shape of the hull looks nice, but you know, the inside is completely empty. And that would make it so that it's very limited on resources. And you get a tow mission like this, but you need a big tugboat to be able to tow this big ship in. And then they could pay you like $25,000. And it would make it worth your while to do. Of course, I'm out on the water and I get this one here. Do I have no clip on? I don't think I do. No. All right, let's sleep again. That one's an easy one if we were still at base, but... Small shark cage underwater. That one could be fun for us. Let's go ahead and look at that one. Where the hell is it? I don't see it. Okay, right here. Alright, this one could be cool. We got a lot of time on this. That's a see, the problem too is it's not a ton of money though. We don't need a ton of money. I'm trying to think. Do I have any? No, I don't have any boats that are really good for that. Tethys could easily do it. That would be what I'd want to use. I've got a barge that will do it, but let's not get into that. Black fishing boat emergency. Activate the transponder. Okay, this one's probably good. So we've got still plenty of time on this one. It's somewhere in here. I do have a transponder locator. It's very basic. I would like to kind of eyeball Alistair's. I tried doing something similar to that before where essentially I used multiple transponder receivers and triangulate based on that. I'm not sure if that's how his does it, but I kind of want to play with that idea. So here's my regular transponder locator here. And you see the beeps, and the beeps will just get faster as the, so you see how fast they are now? And they'll get faster, and we'll hear the beeps faster when we get closer. Right. See, that's good. All right, let's get out of here. So like for takeoff, we don't want a high prop pitch. We want a low prop pitch, something like 20, and you'll hear the engine scream. This allows us to change our speed of our engine really quickly. Now we're up in the air. I want to increase the prop pitch to gain some efficiency. That's going to make it easier to cool. It's going to burn less fuel. We are losing some speed, but speed's not the most important thing to me right now. You know, having some level of efficiency, I'd say that's it right there. Oh, I forgot this uses prop pitch. What is going on there? Oh, I put reverse pitch. I put reverse on my prop. That's what it is. I was like, why am I going backwards? I'm like, oh, I put it in a reverse. That would explain that. The problem with old builds, you forget how they run. Like if I had to go fly an airplane I hadn't flown in a long time, that would be a big pain in the ass. If I don't fly for like 5 days, I'm start like getting simple stuff. I don't think I'm using any glitch for buoyancy in this, and that's why we sit pretty low in the water in this build. I like how many seats this has too. Is like we can just keep like piling on missions before we actually go back to base. Talking about it earlier, if you're here early, the I'm trying to find some more things I want to do for the workshop video. Ah, you sucker. We got a bunch of water in us because we're sitting so low. That's because we have a full fuel load in here. I should probably put the fuel load down to like 50%. That's probably what I was testing before, and I had a 10, and it should probably be like 50 or 25%. Oh, come on. Okay, we're gonna no clip. I can't no clip of this person on me. Gotta wait a couple seconds for that to stop. Alright, this is getting annoying. Okay. See where we're at here on the bilge pump. Just let it get below its threshold. I think it's 100 liters. I allow it to get up to 100 liters in there. And then I make it so the door can't open. So, yep, see, that's about what it was. All right. I think it was 100 liters. All right, you got health, you got health. How you looking back here? You're in the bed, you're good. All right, that's good. Let's pick that torch up. All right, let's go ahead and... So I forget what I have in this bed. Okay, I have a firefighting suit, which would have been smart to put on, and some thermal clothing. That's the hospital ship behind us. Quarry, wow, everything's on the land now. I kind of want to do some land missions, so let's go ahead. Let's get out of the bed. Let's go dump these people off. And we'll go and do some of these land missions that are popping. Let's go ahead up to, wow, what do we got here? That's the one I just did. That one's, he's on board. This one's the quarry loader, which will be in the quarry. Imagine that. Let's go out to here. Alright, so I'm going to set that in there, and it's going to put it on the bearing. This is the old bearing pointer, too. I didn't realize this build was that old. It is pretty old at this point. So again, we want to, like, have, like, around... Oh, shit. About 20% on my prop there for takeoff, and then once we get in the air... I'm going to bring that prop back so we can get some fuel efficiency. And then that will go to the bearing. I got to steer, I got to manually steer a little bit. Do you see how we've increased the prop, and now where we're going like 220 knots, we're doing 167. Well, let's look at the difference in the fuel sip. So that's our fuel. See how slowly the fuel's sipping? Now let's start bringing the prop back. And watch what the fuel does. See how much fuel we're burning? And yeah, we're going like, what, maybe 30-40% faster, but at the expense of a whole ton of fuel. So it's really not worth it. I would much rather go at this terribly slow speed of 130 knots, 170 knots, then burn up all my money, you know? And then for landing, we're going to increase the prop pitch and we're going to start bringing the thrust back. So the prop comes back. It's actually the opposite way IRL. Push the prop lever forward when you're coming in to land IRL. If I had more game time, I would, you know, I would do what I used to always do, which was, oh, something's wrong with this build, let's start a new one. But now I'm more like, let's take that build that's perfectly fine and you spent 100 hours on working on, and let's just make it, you know, let's bring it up to date and make sure everything works the way it's supposed to be working now. And that's a much better system, frankly. One thing that did kind of annoy me with the way what they did with the pressure update was it's the only gripe I really have. Is two. One is they had to balance the fluid ports, and that was obvious for the fact that, again, people weren't understanding that you can't be in a room where you're sucking all the air out and live. I know, shocker there. Um, but you used to be able to pressurize so high and so fast that like you would instantly kill yourself if you had that pump in that room. And if you put a vent properly, you wouldn't instantly kill yourself. So they reduced the flow rate of the fluid ports so you didn't instantly kill yourself so that you didn't have to know as much to be able to play. And the problem became that so they decreased the flow rate on that. And the only other one that I really kind of, this is my big thing about the pressure update that I wish they would fix is you used to be able to, if you put a custom door in the door frame, you used to be able to just leave it in the door frame and have that lock and it would sit. And so what I used to do was I would do hatch covers. And so you would have a hatch cover you'd have to take off with a crane. They'd do this IRL, and you put the hatch in on top, and I can't get that to work anymore. And that, fuck me, they didn't follow. Can they just follow, please? And so that that I found obnoxious because it was like a bunch of those things don't work. And so, like for example, for this build here, I could make an elaborate door that used custom door frames and make it work before the pressure update, but I can't do it now. I would need to have the actual door frame hinge to be able to do it, and so that's kind of annoying. I haven't been able to make it work with pivots because all you had to do was put the door in the door frame and have the lock on there, and it would seal, and that doesn't happen anymore. And so, like things, for example, if I were to put a hatch on top of a cargo bay, I could make it where I pick it up with my crane and put it on the dock. Well, now I have to have it at a hinge, and it sits up very tall, and it's in the way. And so I can only unload one way, and so that's kind of annoying. But I assume there was something with the way that would work, and they couldn't make it work. But all right, so those are done. Did I miss one? I missed one. I don't care. It's not that much money. They can pound sand. All right, let's go ahead and we'll go back and we'll do the quarry. Anyway, let me make sure I didn't leave them somewhere in here. I don't have them on my back, do I? No. Okay. Just make sure the one I'm missing isn't here. Oh, there. Okay. They croaked a little bit. Shut the door, please, before it gets to 100. They got caught under the build, I think. All right. Doing some fishing would be fun. We can do some fishing. I got a couple of boats. I'm trying to get that crabbing boat for Alistair's challenge, quote-unquote, finished. So if I can get the Lua boat panel kind of done a little bit for that, that would help move that along. That just needs some interior work. It pretty much works. It's just like very rough, and I'm trying not to like every build's like a work in progress. There we go. All right, good. So that's all them, and then we can go do these land missions, which, you know, it would be kind of nice if we could say, like, have a console to what, you know, you could say what kind of missions you want. Like, hey, I want land-based missions. I want underwater missions. I want this mission type. Kind of like I'm open for this. You know, I'm on duty for X. You know, I'm on duty for tugboat missions. I'm on duty for transport. So you can kind of get the missions you want. But I think part of the argument against that, you get a lot of people who would never go out of their comfort zone, never do anything else. And like, you know, maybe like, oh, I only like boats. Well, you might only like boats until you start doing some plane stuff. And then you're like, oh, I like boats and planes. And then I don't like trains. And then you start doing some train stuff. You're like, oh, I like trains. You know, so part of it is like getting you out of your comfort zone so you start doing more of that shit. So it's like, I could see why that might be an issue. I know this one's antithetical to everybody, but if you slow down, your turning circle will decrease. So when I was going fast, there was no way I was making it around that island. Once I slowed down, it was an easy turn. Oh, oh, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Just happened there. What's going on here? What is going on here? There we are. So, like, I lose a ton of lift. Oh, shit. If I go too high on this. Because a granite plan only works in ground effect. I have fucking problems here. Stand by. Getting distracted. What is going on with me? There we go. Alright, we're in business here. Bunch of this build I would do a little bit differently now. I think I'm using some of the prop pitch dynamically. I don't like doing that anymore. I pretty much lock it in where it needs to be to counteract for the center of thrust, center of gravity. I think some other builds I want to work on. I'm trying to make a list for the workshop so I can just knock some builds out while I'm trying to do a workshop episode. There we go. Alright, good. Alright, good. So let's put this away. Let's see what we have for good bit of diesel left. So we didn't burn that much diesel. That's pretty fuel efficient. We've got the quarry vehicle. Do we not anymore? Okay, we do. Quarry loader. Let's go look for that. So that's a land vehicle. We gotta locate the emergency. Good chance it's a fire. So let me see what I have for fire vehicles. I know I have my mini truck fire. I have my big one, my tiller truck, which was for... Who the hell was that for? I can't even remember. It was one of the Discords. They had a challenge. I won that challenge. That was a fun one. JSI. It was JSI. Oh, this is the other thing I could do. The helicopter, but I'm going to do the tiller. 82. I can't spawn that. All right. That's too expensive. All right. I shouldn't have gone in the workbench while it was auto-saving. But, all right, let's do that. All right, mini truck. I forget if there's a way for me to do the module. Okay, I didn't put flashing lights on it, so... Trying to think of a little project. Again, this is the career build series, but I like to do most of my building in the workshop. So if you like to watch kind of career gameplay, you can just watch that. And if you like to watch building, you watch that. But I do like to do a little bit of building. I'm thinking like some small projects, like a little wave runner, a new one with the seats. Something like a motorcycle would be kind of cool. I haven't played with the new handlebars and seats at all, so that would be kind of cool. I'm trying to make more modules. I keep talking about that, like, you know, mini truck module or mini vehicle, key vehicle module, light truck, you know, car, so that I can just quickly throw a shell together and put that in and it works. And so one of them I'd like to do is hybrid. Like I have that little hybrid car I've talked about before, and part of the reason it had to be hybrid was didn't have the space, and so with the new stackable nodes, that gives us the space to be able to do a lot of that. So it would be kind of cool to maybe slap together a hybrid car module, and then I would be able to quickly make a bunch whenever I feel like making a hybrid car. I just have to put the shell together, and then all the internals, the guts are ready, and I can just kind of put those in. I know, you know, there's a bunch of people like, oh, you know, can't do land vehicles in game. What do you mean? Doing land vehicles? No problem with land vehicles? They require a little bit of learning how to do them right, yep. But I like land vehicles, they're a lot of fun. They're some of my favorite vehicles to do in game. Yeah, you got some really like highway style roads on the arid biome. Casualty died, mission ended. Where's that? It's not this one. Okay. Usually the loader is here. You know, it's silly that I know where some of these are, but we'll keep driving around until we find it. Just gonna go up to those ruins and try to get a crate, but I don't want this mission to not be completed because I went and fired around and did that. It could be down in the quarry. One thing I like with these mini trucks and having such a tiny engine is like a lot of people take for granted, which I get why they do it, is the engines in game, especially the modules, are way overpowered. And the benefit of this is you can make some really cool stuff and have a powerful enough engine in a very compact amount of space. The downside is like, you know, you don't get into some of the, like you don't need to have really good gearing, you don't need to have good transmissions and a lot of stuff. And part of that's because it requires a lot of kind of knowledge to figure that out. So I get why they don't, you know, kind of mandate that by making the engines weaker. Well, like you can do some cool stuff with like single engine, two engine engines. Like this car here, I had to downshift going uphill. Like it's pretty easy in game to make a uber powerful engine that you'd never need to shift. You just pretty much, you'll lug it through all the gears, and that makes it so that somebody new who might not understand, you know, the engineering others of a gearbox can essentially have one or two gears and then still make their vehicle work. You know, and so I personally like to have these tiny little vehicles that require a lot of engineering to be able to get a transmission that lets you get a lot of power out of a tiny, tiny motor. All right. Let's get you away. Alright, they're incapacitado. This goddamn blowtorch, I'm telling you. Let's get a good picture of this. This is kind of cool. I like the mini truck. The mini truck's just kind of a cool way to do this because it's like, it's modular. You can put all the different modules on it, like do different jobs, and nice and compact and cheap. All the things one would want. Alright, that's that, and then what's that? Low water. Did I need to fill this up with water? I don't think I have an APU in there. No. So it's showing low water, it's showing APU, all that extra nonsense I don't have in there because this was taken off of that ladder truck, and I just haven't completely finished this where I take off the redundant stuff it doesn't need. Okay. So, like, I had to downshift. Like, if I put a big enough engine in this, I would just, like, I wouldn't need a downshift. I could just, like, keep it in a high gear and get moving. And so, like, this one I actually have to shift, which makes it more engaging. Like, it's more fun. Some point when I can muster the motivation, I really like to get my PFD done. If I can get my primary flight display done, that will really get me going with a lot of my aircraft so I can put my own system in. But it's gonna be a lot of lure work. And I'm gonna have to kind of really learn quite a bit, reverse engineer some stuff, some of the ones I like to get that working. See what we have for cars. This needs to be finished. This one can take 2 containers of VTOL up to the Arctic. Park brake, spacebar, okay. Might have been made for Big Man's challenge that he didn't finish. That people are also being rude fuckers, making fun of people's builds. So it's like that shit takes the fun out of it. People start making fun of builds, and my challenges boot their ass. It's like, nope, don't need that negative shit. I missed the turn. Where's the turn? There it is. Okay, I missed it by a little bit. I'm off in the grass here. You still go fast. You just like can't drive like a maniac like on some of these roads. It's like if I took that bottom there too fast, yeah, we would have blown the car up. But it's like still able to go fast here. But then like when I need to, like you're off road. Slow it down a little bit when you're off road, you know? We're gonna be in the highway here soon. That's when we can really scream. I don't know what kilometers an hour are. You gotta be going 70, something like that, miles an hour. I know knots and I know miles an hour. 120 is 60 miles an hour. That's why 0 to 60 is, or 100 is 60 miles an hour. That's why it's 60, is because it would be 100 kilometers an hour. What are you doing, 139 kilometers an hour? I don't know what that is in miles an hour. Nice. All right, let's read some of this chat here. I see people moving over there. How's it going there, Rasmus? Good to see you. 80? Yeah. I usually like do about 80 on the highway there in game. I have like the one I built for Big Man's 3-cylinder race car. That was a lot of fun. That was a really good challenge because it was like you had to build a 3-cylinder race car. And so that limitation of doing 3 cylinders really made it so that like, you know, you kind of saw people's engineering prowess of being able to take a small motor and make it go fast. And how important, especially important with cars where a lot of people don't get in game, is like where your center of gravity is very important. Like I keep talking about all these tutorials I want to make, but I just don't have a ton of time. But like the pumping out. Okay, the like what I'd like to do is on just some of the, I did the hull tutorial series to talk about inherent stability, and the same thing with cars is like if you look at where the center of gravity is on this car, it's pretty much right in the center. And so center of the wheelbase. And so the benefit of that is the car, it doesn't really care if it's going forward or backwards. And so when it takes a turn, it makes a nice curve around the turn because it really doesn't care if the front or the back of the car is going forward. The downside, if you put it too far forward, you get understeer, but the car doesn't want to spin around. It always wants the front going forward, but sometimes you make a turn and the car wants to turn less than you'd like it to. That's understeer. And then for fun and drifting, you want a little bit CG aftward, and that's because the back wants to be in front, and so it wants to spin around and be in front, so it makes it kind of dynamic and playful. So it's like some of those things are cool that, again, a lot of people don't understand, and then they're like, oh, the game sucks. It's like, no, your center of gravity is way too far aft, so you keep spinning around, and your tires are spinning because you don't have a transmission. You're trying to go a 3-to-1 gear ratio, where the most on a car should probably be like 0.6, where, you know, for every 0.6 of the engine, you're doing 1 at the wheels, because the wheel has a large diameter, you know? You actually have to use some realistic engineering concepts. Like, if you look at the engine temp, you hear me, I've been revving this sucker. Oh, Jesus, don't go over the side, come on. I've been revving this sucker out pretty reliably, and it doesn't really heat up all that much, because, like, you're on the pedal, you're off the pedal, even though, Jesus Christ, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, Christ, I knew I was going to do it. Alright. I knew we were going to do that, trying to talk and do all this other shit at once. Alright, that's a project for later. Go get that car back. I'm just going to do this. I'm not interested in dicking around with that right now, so let's go ahead and do vehicle cleanup. All that shit. All right. It's not on the map. I got to put that on the map. I'm not interested in screwing around. I was talking when I was should have been driving. Just do that for now. But once you kind of learn some of the dynamics of these things and put some realistic physics in the game and in your understanding of the game, it makes things much more fun. You know, so like if you look at this car, you'll see where the center of gravity is. Center of gravity is right in the center of the wheels. And if you look and you measure from here to there, all right, that's 10. All right, so 5 is about half. You know, right in the middle there, 5.5. And you look, it's right about, it's a little bit aft. So this car has the ass will slide around a little bit, makes it fun, right? If you put more weight in the front and you move it forward, the car is going to be more stable. It's less likely the ass will spin around. The car will want to always go forward, not spin out. But it will be a little less fun in a turn because you'll want to go harder in the turn. It will go less hard in the turn. So, all right, we're at 110,000. We got good money here. Let's reduce that, remove that. Not doing that tow, not for that money. Not doing that cage. Let's go ahead and sleep. And save. Save. There we go. See what we can get for missions. I was making a text. Did we get a mission? I was doing a text. Let me look. Yeah. What's that? Recreational? No, not worth the time and the money. I don't want to do any ocean stuff right now. I was just in the ocean. I got out of the ocean. Old wagon is in distress. That's more of what we're doing right now. Let's see where it is. All right, so when you get one of these and it's a land mission, it's going to likely be on the frickin' land. All right, let's see. So let's go ahead and take the big man car for his challenge. I don't have any rescue shit in that, but yeah, let's look at it at least. So this was a good... I forget what this has in it for a engine. This has a 2-cylinder. Yeah. So this has a 2-cylinder motor in it. All right. This sort of thing is a lot of fun to me. The fact that you can put a 2-cylinder... We were doing 80 miles an hour on the highway with a 2-cylinder motor. I love that shit in game. That's a lot of fun because it really kind of shows you... you kind of know... You know what you're doing with it, and you can get a lot of power out of these real small motors. One's tough. I got to work with a 1-cylinder and play with that a little bit. What was it? No, I think I named it Big Man. I have this problem I do where I name it after a challenge. Alistair's are the worst because he does a bunch of letters, and I'm like, oh Christ, I got to look up. That was for the swordfish we started the episode with. I searched for swordfish and it didn't come up, so I'm like, oh, I got to rename it because it was named after his challenge, which was like GBCB. It's BC for Build Challenge, but I was like, what? And I'm like, trying to figure out what the hell this is. Yeah, so this car here has a 3-cylinder in it and goes like 100-something miles an hour and is very dynamic and fun. And if you look at like where the CG is on this, did this car win? I don't know if it won or not. I can't remember who won Big Man's Challenge. So this is 8 blocks, so you're talking 4 is about halfway there. So if you look, this one is a little bit aft again, so you can slide the ass out, you know. So that gives it that nice little dynamic feeling. Let's see. Trying to find. I have a car set up for the convertible. Set up for doing missions. I have this F1 car I never really got past. Okay, here's the new car. Oh, there's the Vice car. Let's see. New car. Let's see, convertible. Okay, I named it convertible. New gearing. And then you can take the convertible top. All right, so this is one thing I need to fix. So what you do is you go ahead and you put that where it belongs, which is there, right? I had it so it was a hard point. Is it not a hard point anymore? I guess it's not. Okay, see it is. It's here, right? This hard point. So I gotta make sure that fits in. All right, so when you have this problem, see how it hooks the hard point there? All right. So you do that, you highlight it, you put it where you want. And then you load up the convertible top, and this is the new position. Then we go down here and we delete the old position. Then we save it on top of itself. All right, now when we load up the car and we put the top on, we don't need to move it. The position. All right, so now it's got its convertible top on. It didn't join. Let's see. See if it joins up here in a second. I think the trunk controls are in the front. 5. Let's open up just 2. So this one has, you can see it has a bunch of rescue gear in there. So that's why I'm bringing this car. And then, what's this got for a motor? This guy has a big old dog of a motor. This one's more of a, like, I wouldn't say muscle car, but it's like, it's an overpowered, under-refined type of American type-y car. That, you know, requires a ton of power because it doesn't have a good transmission. Where is park brake? Where's my park brake here? There it is. Okay. Okay, that didn't end up connecting. All right, we'll take a convertible. This one's like a brute strength, like doesn't have that many gears. it doesn't rev very high. It's just a very torquey big motor. So you can go fast a couple ways. You can have a small motor that revs really high. See a lot of like turbo 4-cylinders are like that, or you could have like a big V8 that's just a big lump of torque, and the motor doesn't have to, it can essentially spin a higher gear because it's just a heavy motor that's powerful. It never needs to rev up to make its power. It can stay at a lower RPM. You can hear the difference. Like the other one was screaming at us. This one is like just lugging along. Because this one doesn't need to. I gotta be careful here. I don't want to break it. I've already lost my convertible top. Alright, so somewhere in this area, it could be down the road. It could also be over here, I think, a little bit. So I want to check. Yeah, it's showing everywhere. So we'll drive down this way before we go banging down the highway. Alright, I started coming in too hot too fast there and just downshift a couple gears. That controls the speed. It's definitely not over here. See what it was again. Old wagon. We'll go for a nice drive, you know. That's why I like manual transmissions too. It's just more engaging. It gives me something to do. I'm not just sitting there as a passenger. I have to shift gears. You know, I'm starting to lug going up a hill instead of letting the system do it for me. I do it, you know. Like right now I'm lugging. Get that RPM up. Here comes the RPM. Shift gears up. Go faster. Up. We want to slow down. Drop a gear. You know. Probably on the highway, but bang, we hit that. Trying to think of a another land, like a land car or something I'd want to build. I bet you it's on the highway. Oh, easy there, killer. This car is very torquey. That's why we're getting a little bit more wheel slip. It's very torquey, so. The motor is strong enough that it's trying to spin out the tires even if we're in too high of a gear instead of lugging it out, where the other one wouldn't do that. It would just lug the engine out. Oh shit. Alright. Doing alright though, not getting blown up here. I don't have any suspension on this either. It's just hard axles. Alright, we'll go try the highway. I think it's probably on the highway. Oh, Jesus. This car is slippery. The other car was made more for racetrack. This car is just kind of a lumbering beast. It's fast though. There we go. I knew that was gonna fucking happen eventually. Alright. Alright, apparently 5 is the, yeah. 5's the hood. Stop. This goddamn blowtorch is on me at all times, and it's annoying. Finally get rid of this blowtorch, though, I think. Alright. That's why, like, we're sliding a little bit with this car. Is it has so much torque that it pretty easily will let me spin up the tires and let me be in the wrong gear. And the smaller motors, I really like. If I downshift, it puts too much back pressure on the engine and it lugs down. So you have to really be in the correct gear, which helps with stability. Fuck me. Oh no. I put the brake on. Jump, you sucker. Brake's not working? No, that's horn. Parking brake's here. Some of these are before I came up with kind of a standard of where I put the parking brake. I still like put it in different places depending on what the vehicle's trying to do, and it's like trying to find, like hitting the horn. I'm like, what the Christ? Why am I honking the horn instead of, and the car's still rolling? Alright, where's the parking brake on this, Johnny? That's like I was saying, I need to really come up with standardized stuff. Most of my stuff's pretty standardized now, but like some of these are old builds. And I want to make modules where it's like car module. Bring it out, like it can be tuned, it can be screwed with, but for the most part, like the dash, all this stuff, and then if I want to do like a special one-off dash, I can do that. Just makes building a lot quicker. Like we're doing 70 miles an hour just then, so it's like seems slow, but it's like you're going pretty damn fast. Yeah, this car is ridiculously fast too. We're doing 100 right now. It's just, it has so much torque that it can get you in trouble. And so that's like, you know, you see that a lot. There's the wagon. See that a lot with people struggling with handling their cars, and it's like, you notice how much better the last car handled? It's because it has a smaller engine, and you have to rev it out. You know, it's not as easy to get yourself in trouble as this one, where it has too much power. It's like there are some Ferraris that people end up crashing all the time IRL because they have way too much. They're not refined enough, and that's not a good way to put it. They spin up the tires all the time, and people wreck. And so they get this expensive Ferrari that they wreck because it's got too much torque, and so it ends up spinning up the tires. And like a lot of the newer cars, they have so many traction control systems and everything else in there to essentially to make it so you don't have to be a great driver. It will protect you from killing yourself, essentially. You know, by spinning up the tires when you're in the rain, you know. And motorcycles now have a lot of traction control systems. They have lean-sensitive traction control systems. They have lean-sensitive braking or anti-lock brakes on motorcycles where even when you're leaning in a turn, it will... you can hammer on the brakes and you won't wreck because the computer is doing all the work for you, which is great from a safety standpoint. You know, it's like a traction control system on this that prevents it from spin up tires, you know, then it's harder for you to get slippery, because once you break traction, you're pretty much done. I have to go back at that other person. It's like we're doing a 94 in this car. The other one, the big man car, that race car, that one I think does like 150, 160, and it doesn't spin up it can spin up its tires in a turn when you're doing some drifting. You can drift really nicely in that car for the turns, but this one feels a little bit more wild just because it has such a big engine. The big man car has a 3-cylinder in it. That Mercedes that I was driving earlier has a 2-cylinder in it. You know, this has, I think, a 6 or an 8 or something in it. So this is just a big, like a low revving lump. That's a fake number. It's not really there. I put a correction number in there, but you can hear it's lugging compared to the other one. Some of the goals we're trying to get here is we want to get I'd like to probably get spy cakes. We have spy cakes. Komodo. We don't necessarily need Komodo, but I think it would be good to get Komodo. Maybe some other base, we'll see. I really want to get into refining because that's a really good way to make some money and get moving and progressing. Because I want to get home ships and bigger vehicles in, and I kind of need that money for the progression. Like, we've been making some good money here, and it hasn't taken long. Alright, good. Gotta go get that other purse. This is I built this car. It was inspired by the... Was it Coupe de Ville? I think it was Cadillac Coupe de Ville from Entourage. That's why there's these suicide doors in the back. Get rid of this music here. It's annoying me. Yeah, see how quickly it accelerates? And that's because of the torque. So it's got a lot of torque. I don't have to rev it up very high because it's got a big motor. And that's kind of like the American way of doing stuff was, you know, they put just huge torquey motors in. And like, and part of this was like, you know, 50s, 60s, they had like 4-speed transmissions. So the transmission couldn't do much work for you. It was the engine doing most of the work. So you had to have a big, huge, heavy engine to be able to get any speed and power out of a, you know, out of a 4-cylinder, 4-speed transmission. You know, now you see we have like 10-speed automatic transmissions, and that way you can have a much smaller motor with all the extra gears. Yeah, nanny. Yeah, a lot of nannies on cars now, which is a good thing. You know, ideally you want people to be safe, you know. That helps all of us too with, you know, insurance. The fewer people that are seriously hurt or killed in crashes really helps with insurance. You know, cars inconsequential to the people, you know, and so. You know, like they have a European safety standard that, for example, I was watching a video about the Rivian R2 yesterday. And so they have a European safety standard where, you know, where the U.S. doesn't pass any of it. So that's why we can't, you know, the U.S. can't sell like some of the big trucks overseas. Is the hoods are too tall. So when you hit somebody, it forces them under the tires. And as you can imagine, that's not good when a truck hits a person and forces them under the tires. And so what, you know, the standard they have is they try, if you get hit, it tries to put you on top of the hood so that you don't get run over by the car, which is a better standard as far as safety is concerned, if you can imagine. And so, You know, like you think like a Honda Ridgeline has a more sloped hood, and they can sell that in Europe because it has that sloped hood. Where like you know, all the Chevys and Fords now, the hood is like tractor trailer's hood. You know, pretty much, you know, is flat, and so you go right into the tires, and then that's not good for anybody. Like this car here, because it's so torquey and powerful with a big motor in it, I have to really like tap the accelerator here to make this turn. With the other one, you'd hear me like revving out my engine, because I could do that because I need to rev that tiny 2-cylinder engine much higher to get the same amount of power. So this is like a big under-stressed motor where the 2-cylinder is more stressed because it has to rev really high. I should see if I get like a supercharged 1-cylinder. That'd be fun to do a car build with a supercharged 1-cylinder. Part of the problem we get into with like 1-cylinders too in game is I have to put manifold pieces off them anyway, because I need to put on exhaust, air, fuel, coolant, you know. And so because of that, you know, I need 4 nodes on a 1-node block, so it starts keeping the engines big anyway. Like one thing I would like to see them add is a new cylinder type that is air-cooled, and what it would have is you have to have some drawback, and so the drawback would be instead of having nodes on 4 sides, it would have nodes on 2 sides, and the other 2 sides would be reserved for fins, and so you'd see cooling fins on there. And so if air was passing across the engine, essentially if it's in an open volume, it would cool, but at the expense of you lose some nodes, you know? So we could make something cool like a 4-wheeler or something. Motorcycles, a little bit of a pain in the ass. I've done them, but they're a pain in the ass and they get big, and it's hard to put the motor in there, and I can't put a proper gearbox in, and it's like one of the reasons why I haven't finished Alistair's Master Builder Challenge is the all I want to do is you can only have 1 gearbox, and all I want to do is put a proper transmission in it. So I'm like, you know, I keep losing interest in it because I'm like, I don't want to have 1 gearbox. I want to put a transmission in it. I'm filling up all the cars and everything while I'm here just because that way I just consistently put fuel back in the base, which I'll sell. Big trucks here in Europe are cab overs, almost all of them, yeah. Yeah, they have really strict length regulations in Europe for that. And it makes sense because like the roads are a lot tighter. And so you know, like they don't have as long a trailers as we have here. They have more single. They have a more single tire, but like they'll have 3, so it'll be like 6 wheels instead of 8. Shorter trailers, different lighting requirements. You know, like, you know, we had cab overs before deregulation, because it was regulated on the length of the overall vehicle. And you see some silly people who, like, they stretch their tractors out to be ultra long and just, you know, goofiness in the US. Yeah, there definitely are some some real physics needs for a longer chassis on a tractor. For example, you can hold more weight in the back because the front won't lift up because of a longer lever arm with a longer chassis. It also helps to isolate you from the bumps. So you have a single screw tractor, when the bump, it flicks the cab up and you get jostled around more. And so like a twin screw is smoother. You have a twin screw with a longer frame, that's even smoother. You know, but then you try to go in a tight area and there's no way. So like that type of thing works pretty well on, you know, like if you're doing mostly highway driving. But you know, you get in a city driving more, you want like a single screw, cab over is ideal. Like when we used to shift tractors around the yard, they were cab overs, single screws, because they, you know, much more maneuverable. You know, sight lines were better. Let's try not to drive like a maniac. We're not even going to go up that rough off-road bullshit path. We're going to take the road. I missed the turn. No, there's the turn. Yeah, I forgot that Mercedes, that's what it was based off, that gray car I was driving early. That's only a 2-cylinder. That's why it's an 8-speed transmission. To get any speed out of it, I needed, you know, more gears. Because that, you know, when you're trying to start it from a stop, you really need a low gear, and then you lose, you know, and I want it to be where I can, you know, I still want a small window between the gears, because like when I'm going to take this turn, I want to be able to downshift one gear and not have it lock up the tires or, you know, spin up the tires. And so you want a nice short window between the gears. Here's my roof. Okay, that's back in the workbench. All right, so that was good. Let's see. I'm gonna go up in the. I'm gonna no clip up top. We'll save. Save real fast. I gotta go AFK for a couple minutes. I'm gonna quickly just go up and start running the coal mining thingamajiggy. And that way I can have that running, and I'll go do what I need to do here, and then get back to it. See where the fill level is on this. Oh yeah, that's a project for the workbench. Work on this. I want to put a new engine in this. I think there's gonna be a different company. I'm trying to think of, I have a bunch in this color, and I want this to be a different company. So I gotta think of that. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'll just leave my character here, and I'm gonna go AFK, and I'll be back shortly. Alright, not quite yet. The issue we have here is the issue we have here is this one's depleted. I gotta find one that's not depleted. I think one up the hill is not depleted there, because we're gonna end up with it's just gonna take, it's already depleted, so I need to find one that I haven't hit yet, which is like that one up the hill, and that will at least do some work while I'm AFK here. So if you notice, see the drills moving? The drills have a distance sensor on the front of them, and they contour, they auto contour to the ground, so you can see it lifting. So it tries to keep a static distance that I set. So, and then you can go on multiple spots here like this. All right. All right, so I'll be back. Can't get him back. Let's see, here in Sweden. So yeah, it'd be fun to work on this vehicle, get this up to the new standards. So kind of what's going on with the new update parts and everything. You see this has an enormous 1x1, and then above it, it has the ducting. Then it has a vacuum, and the vacuum is required to be able to take the ore out of this section. And then it goes to the back, and then for this spout, if we can get in there, there's a vacuum there, so this is vacuuming this duct here. And so with the new flexi ducts, we don't need to do that anymore. So what the thought would be is put a 3x3 engine in here for more power. We should be able to get the drills to drill faster, should be easier to cool probably. And then go ahead and use flexi ducts. So that's something I would like to kind of update this one with. Like right now, I'm pretty sure this is overheating. Not overheating, it's at 100 degrees. But it's got the overheat protection system on it, I think, going. So, may or may not be there. At 100, it's definitely not, but, right. So this is a hopper full, telling me the container's 90-something% full. Alright, we'll back the trailer down here. I got another spot I gotta get over to here, so. I was a tractor trailer driver for a lot of years, so I still have some skills backing up a trailer here, so. Just my sight lines aren't great. You see me doing it here. What I'm doing is trying to bring it around. I do better in first person for backing a trailer up. Bringing it around here so that I don't jackknife it when I come over to this section over here. Yeah, it's nice having the new capacity in the back too. It's 2250. I don't have to think about it, you know, because I go through different builds and trailers all the time, and I can just kind of tell by looking at it. It will auto shut off when this is full, so we're almost full. That will put us at 5,000, so about 10 grand worth of coal. I think we'll drive this back because I do want to try to do a workbench tomorrow with working on some builds, especially working on this build. I didn't have any real inspiration to be working on builds this morning, so I was like, all right, I'll do some career. That'll get me in the mood to work on some builds. And then now I really want to dig this thing apart and put a new motor in there. So we're almost there. It should auto shut off. believe. Memory serves. It knows the percentage. I would say it should auto shut off. Okay, it's not auto shutting off. I'll have to add that on there at some point. Could try to back the trailer all the way up the hill for fun. IRL, you lean out your left window, which makes it a hell of a lot easier to back trailers. I can't tell where the hill ends, though. Where's the hill end? Okay. Can't see enough contour of the hill to see where I'm at here. I'll back it up to the first turn, and then I gotta spin around there. Okay, that... I didn't know it was this steep here. Apparently it is. Doesn't look that steep when you're coming down it. Alright. I'll drive up forwards. I don't want to break this sucker before I... These are some of the benefits of a trailer is... and a power unit like this is you can go 90 degrees. Like if you had a straight back, you're a lot less maneuverable. You can do a bunch of maneuvers with the tractor trailer to like buckle in the trailer and get it, you know, put in so that you can spin it around more easily and more readily. So like a long straight back tends to be more of a pain in the ass to maneuver than a tractor trailer, even though it's longer. But now with the flexi ducts, that's really cool. There's a bunch of cool things I could do with that. Yeah, I don't want to put this under the Pat brand. It's kind of cool. You know, I could do that, repaint it, but I think I want to make a different brand. I'm trying to decide. Be kind of cool to have two brands going. Be this yellow for it. Some of these things aren't branded, so. Makes you feel a little bit more alive having multiple brands. Like I have a LeBaire crane on Triton rather. I forget what I have on this for a transmission. This doesn't have a full truck transmission in it. It has something, you know, it doesn't have a full like 10 speed or anything in it. Get a picture when I get around the corner here. I like to take a picture of the spot here. So the way this one works is when you put it into drill mode, it essentially sets the idle much higher on the engine. So there are some minor complications with that, like for example, it's a little bit touchy when I try to drive around with it with the drills on because it's already revved up. But I could, actually one way I could easily fix that is you put essentially an overdrive gearbox on there. So let's say that normal, you're kind of idling at 5 RPS, and then when you're revving up for the drills, you're at 15. Well, you put a 3-to-1 facing away from the engine, and it would be a 1-to-1 when the drills are off, and a 1-to-1 when the drills are on, or a 3-to-1 when the drills are on, and that would then cause it to essentially have the same drivability. Let's see if I can back this trailer in with just my mirrors. I'm not going to be able to do it with just the mirrors. I got to look out the back. There's just no way. I can't see. I can't see where I need to just do it with the mirrors. So, like, I got to come over to this side a little bit. Mirrors would have to be turned more for me to be able to see, because I need to be able to see the back of my trailer to be able to back it on, right? Which that was another good update we had that people forget about was the when they added the ability, the composite node on the cameras, so that instead of, we used to have to turn the cameras with pivots. You actually see the trailer pretty well right there, but once I turn away from it, I can't see it. Right about there. All right. And so we used to have to put cameras on pivots to be able to do movable mirrors, and now you don't need to do that. So that was another great one that, again, made a lot of, really help with space. There you go. All right, trailer's going in now. Is this doing the blow-up valve thing? It is. I gotta fix this. Put that on my long list of shit to fix. DT 45 low out. This is the other trailer though. I gotta double check it though. Put it on my list. Okay. I'm gonna save. I don't want to lose all that coal. Alright, so currently we're showing 3206 coal in here. That should go up 2250. There it is, 5456, that's good. Backup alarm would be nice to have on this. That cost 62. Alright, so we have all the vehicles in the work bench now, and we're up to 201. So we had a good chunk of cash going on. I like that. That was the regular one. Let's do backup. Alright, good. So we got a couple good saves here. We got a good bit of cash. Let's go ahead and we'll do this as a last thing, and then I'll finish up. Let's do this. See how much the DE is? DE 6. All right, that is 91. All right, so D6. Let's take the D6. Let's go sell off this coal. Okay, so I forget how I have to do half the shit because it's been a while. It has been a while. Thought I had a circuit breaker panel here, but maybe I don't. Okay, yeah, I do have to do the circuit breaker panel, which should be behind this closet, that's Windows. The hell was this? That's Windows, track switcher. There it is. Nope. Yeah, see, it's definitely, okay, right here. All right, so we got traction motor. Okay. Now brakes are at 1. Alright, hand valve's done. Try to remember how to run this sucker. Let's see, train brake, those are both off. Sander, forward. Independent brake is what I meant to use there. Alright. Should have the bells on. Bells. Alright, so I changed this one, 11426. This should hopefully have everything fixed in it that I want. Let me make sure I should be able to tell. Nope. Where the hell did this not get fixed? I moved this stuff. That looks good. Yeah, I moved this stuff. Because I think, what was the other date? Yeah, it's 12/16/25. Yeah, this is the new one. Okay. Let's see. That's 27 times what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 3, 21. 21. 21 times 27. That's 567 a piece, so we talk 10. Oh, stop it. That shit's gonna get real annoying real fast. gonna hit it, but we don't want to hit that hard. Hit it a little bit harder than that. There we go. Just need to hit it hard enough that it couples. Okay, let's see. Brakes are all off. Okay, good. Make sure they're full. They should be full. Yep, they're full. Yep. The 5, 6, 7, that's the capacity. Make sure the brakes are on this. Yep, brakes are on. All right. So yeah, I love the pressurization update because I do a bunch of stuff with like all the air hoses and everything else, and actually put realistic, you know, air valves and everything else. Like the air pressure actually comes from the train and makes the brakes work and everything else. And so I like that sort of thing. You know, again, it adds complexity. A lot of people don't like that, but too bad. Alright, good. Make sure the brakes are off. Brakes are off. So that's what? That's 6 times 5. We're talking 3,000. 3,000 of our coal there. Another 1,500. Will be 45. We'll just do another set of 3. See where we're at money-wise, too, here. 68. We got plenty for that. Because this doesn't cost me all that much. What's this costing me? Yeah, 20 grand for the 3 cars here. Alright, good. Let's couple this last set of cars and we'll be out of here. This will be like 4,500 of the 5,000 we have in there. No fast in that. Should be able to, there it is. Once I hear it, it's got some resistance, you know, it's there, so. All right, Roger. All right, good. We got our train going here. Gotta do pictures. A double length car might be fun to do sometime, just one that's, you know, doubly as long, so. My whistle. Horn not working. I didn't do wipers yet, I don't think. Hello, sweet pie. I forget how much my coal bottom drum trailers carry. I take those via truck too. I think that's something that can't. I can't imagine that's too resource intensive. Ooh, there's a crate. I can't imagine that's too resource intensive for the devs to do something like, for example, put more coal dumps where like I can use a truck at the same location. Oh, broke my shit. So like, you know, there should be a spot. I shouldn't have to drive on the railroad tracks to do it, but I get it's a bunch of busy work, and you know, is it that big of a deal? How many people are doing coal? Is it a good use of their time? Is it better to do some of these other things? Probably, I would even agree. Yeah, it's better to do some of these other things. But like, I think it would be also good to have a place you can sell coal and drop it off via ship. That's a pit wind up there. I still haven't fixed that yet. I might try to do a Lua PID on this one at some point. I haven't played with a Lua PID yet, but like some of the ones I need to be accurate, I might do that. Like we haven't lost any speed. We're just this vehicle does use a lot of resources. Let's see. Logic is still running at 4750 frames, not bad. My performance FPS is 185 frames. I also have a good computer. Like a lot of people have these issues that they don't have a very good computer, and like, frankly, I can't blame the game for that. They don't have a very good computer. Can't really be blaming the game for it. I also think I did, if my memory serves, reduce the maximum speed of this vehicle so that it would haul more weight. You know, we're doing 50 miles an hour, which is a good speed. It, you know, if I was doing a truck, I could probably do 75, but I have to worry about running that shit off the bridge. And I have to pay attention more. This, I can just kind of sit back and chill, so I like this. Also, I can't bring this quantity with a truck. I could, it wouldn't be realistic. I'd have to make a bigger truck. You know, like I can't remember what the capacity is. Maybe 1,000 on my truck, and I've got 4,500 something here going. What do I got? Count the cars. 9 cars. 5103. So I actually almost got almost all of it. 5103 for the for this. I think we had 5,400. Let's get a picture here. This is a good picture. This train turned out nice too. I like the locomotive. I'd like to get back into Derail Valley. This is an interesting topic for me with the Derail Valley is I like Derail Valley a lot. Great game. The devs update it every like year. And so like I have no desire to go back and play Derail Valley because like some of the updates they did were good updates, just not stuff that I'm interested in. Like they added like you can put parts on that tell you when you're close to the car in the back, so you don't have to like get out. Stuff like that just didn't interest me. But like they have an update every year, so it's easy for me to disengage, and you never know if you're gonna go back when you disengage. So like the people who say, "Oh, stormworks devs should just take a year and fix the game," bullshit. A lot of people wouldn't come back. They'd never come back. They would take a long break. They'd say, why am I investing my time? I don't know what they're going to change. So why am I building all these new builds? And they would never come back where, you know, their old 2-week or their new month update schedule. It's like, yeah, you might go away for a few weeks and then, oh, something new comes in, play for a couple weeks, take a week off. Oh, something new comes in. I think it's a good balance point there. You go much further than that, it's too easy for people to disengage. Like I disengaged completely from Schedule 1. That game, I was having a great time with that game, but like they were like, oh, they're gonna have a big update. I'm like, oh, I'll take a break until the update comes out, and I just haven't gone back to it, you know. So I think that's a legitimate fear too with a lot of these games. Like they can't go too long between an update cycle. And they can't also make it sound like it's going to be huge, too much going on with a change, because people stop building because they're like, oh, I don't know what the new update's going to be, so I'm not going to build until that new update comes out. And that's a problem because you need to you know, you can't have people stepping away because they might never come back. You know, so it's just it's a tough tough balancing act. You know, and the player count's been steady on Stormworks. Like we checked it out last week, and it's like it's steady, it's flat, it's the same. You know, and people are like, oh, it's dying. The same people have been saying it's dying for the last 5 years. You know, and eventually, yeah, it will die eventually, like everything does. But then they'll claim victory. But it's like I think that shit's silly. You know, I think one of the things why, you know, would it be smart for the Stormworks devs to make Stormworks 2? I would personally prefer that, other than this not Stormworks, because I think it's gonna be something different. What is? Look at that helicopter up there. But the issue that I see is you also get the problem where people are like, oh, do I take a break till the new game comes in? And then you have backwards compatibility fears where people are like, oh, are my old builds going to work with the new game? And that starts becoming problematic because like you're going to get some people they're not going to want to play the new one if their builds don't work anymore for it. So it's a tough balancing act. It really is. You know, I feel for all the developers who have to like balance that because they're putting in a lot of time and money into these things, and then is your player base gonna evaporate waiting for the new game? That was like Kerbal 2, like, oh, I was like, oh, well, Kerbal 2 is making some progress. Why am I gonna go play Kerbal 1 anymore? And like I wanted to go play Kerbal 1 some more, but I'm like, oh, I gotta download like 400 mods to get this where I want it. And I'm like, oh, Kerbal 2's coming out. I'll just wait for Kerbal 2. And then they cancel Kerbal 2, you know, because they're being scumbags. And so, like, I haven't been back to Kerbal. You know, so that's a real concern with a lot of developers. And it makes sense, you know. Way too much air traffic. We do have a little bit of a slowdown going on here now. We're at 32, still not unreasonable. What is that, that shanty there? I don't know what that shanty is all about. Alright, let's get us all set up on the tracks. I'm just going to manually do it here so I don't have to, try to play with my, track switcher the whole time. And that's there. This train is also very resource intensive, so keep that in mind. All right, that's all the right track there. Yeah, so that's a real tough problem for developers is like, where do they go? Do they, you know, they don't want to lose their old player base. You know, they have to innovate and do new stuff. You know, part of innovating and doing new stuff, do you have to do backwards compatibility? Backwards compatibility hampers the ability to like fix some of the problems people are having. You know, so it's like, do they prioritize backwards compatibility so that you don't have to completely do all your builds over again? You're going to get a bunch of people like, oh, I have to start from scratch. Oh, I'm not even going to bother, you know, and then you lose those people. And then if you dare to put out a game that doesn't have enough different, people are going to be like, oh, why am I paying new money for, you know, a new game? It's not different enough. Well, that's because the people want a backwards compatibility. So it's like there's a lot of conflicting things that they have to worry about. And it's like, and some of the consumers don't think about, you know? You know, like I would be happy to pay for a Stormworks 2 that had, you know, again, I don't know much about the hardware stuff, but like, you know, talk about how it's single-threaded and doing it so that it utilizes your CPU better and puts more load on the graphics card, and then hopefully you can get better performance and get bigger builds going, better multiplayer. You know, I'll be happy with those things. Keep the building pretty much the same. I think completely stackable nodes where every category of node is stackable. So theoretically, you could have 1x1 microcontrollers for big, complicated builds. I think that would be cool. I'm not a fan of live workbenches. That's not something that interests me at all. I don't like that notion. You know, like I have no interest in a live workbench, kind of like Space Engineers, where you like that. You know, I see why people want, for example, multiplayer workbenches. Doesn't interest me at all. But again, you know, I'm not opposed to it if they could make it work. But they'd have to redo a bunch of stuff, and that's problematic. You know, you have to completely reinvent the wheel on some of the stuff to make that work. Yeah, a little bit short. All right. Wrong way, wrong way. Come on. God damn it. We'll go backwards on this. I couldn't activate the brake fast enough, and I went backwards the wrong way on the Archeon Beyond. Before? No. I have no clue what that is. You know, I think the building is about perfect for this game. I guess I did set that backwards. Fuck me. It's gonna go to the... Just completely doing everything the backwards way that I didn't want to do. These are set up the way the real train is, and they're backwards, and I'm rusty, so... Alright, that should be good for, famous last words, for dropping this. I'm gonna shut the light off. What is going on here? Why can't I shut those off? Oh, it's progressive through the colors, that's why. Alright, that's about right over. This is... Which one's bottom dump? I gotta be careful. One of them's bottom dump, one's not, and I can't frickin' remember. It's this one. Okay. That's bottom dump. That pipe's still kind of in the way. Yeah, that game doesn't interest me at all. Yeah, clean the pipes up a little bit more. Alright, that's that. Let's grab any loosies, goosies that are in here. I gotta clean these pipes up a little bit. Can I get in there, please, and just pull these coal, please? Yeah, it's still a mess, but, I'm not gonna be too precious about it. I'm not gonna do this for each one, but... The train does lag out the game quite a bit. See if there's anything I can do to try to optimize my train. But also we have stupid helicopters above us and everything too. So that's not helpful. One thing that would be cool is if you had a proximity. God damn it! I'm going reverse. If you had some like thing you could put at the cold section and like it would signal you. I don't know how to do it, but that should be good. Still moving a little bit. I gotta go up just a hair. These have like a lot of sub bodies. Like they have side doors, they have bottom dump doors. These cars. So these cars are very resource intensive. Throttle lever with notches would be good. I would love a panels with a bunch of thrust levers, like lever panels, where they're kind of like the panels we have, but you can fit. They're still 1x1s, but you can put 2 levers on it would be great, one on either side. Yeah, pipe there needs to move back so these free fall a little bit better. Alright, that one's good. Yeah, so maybe some simplified. I like these cars though. Just it's tough with when I do big stacks of them. Just too many sub bodies. It's like I could complain about it all day, or I could just say, you know what, I'm not really building within the scope of the game. I could do smaller trips where I don't bring so many cars, or I could just kind of, you know, work on the cars to make them a little bit more optimized. And instead of crying about the devs not optimizing the game, like, that's the other thing too, is like people are happy to complain the devs don't optimize the game, and then they themselves don't optimize their builds. And it's like, you have a compromise. How about you optimize a little bit, and then ask for them to optimize a little bit? But it's like they're completely unwilling to optimize their own shit, and then they are like, boo devs. It's like, you didn't optimize your stuff either, guy. You know, you want to have Titanic. It's like, game's not meant for that. Not built for that. Alright, there we go. again. What are we on? 3. We need to go to 4. This is another case where slow is fast. Like, try to do this too fast, I'm just gonna miss and have to back up like 5 times. Better just to kind of take it easy. And then I can slam the brakes on in time for it to stop. If I'm doing it too fast, I can't get it stopped fast enough. Alright, nice. This system's pretty fast. It's got, what is it, three funnels dropping at the same time. It's got a pretty tight area where it goes into, so. I'm gonna just speed this up a little bit. Yeah, to have if you had a panel there, like I was saying, with essentially, you know, it's 1 by 1, and it would have a thrust lever on either side. And then the other thing too is I like it how on the big thrust lever, on the big throttles, you can use, say, other keys. So like oftentimes I'll do you know, like 1 and 2 to move the prop handle, and so I could command it by that or drag it. You know, give me the option. That would be good. And then you could see it move. That sort of stuff would be great, but I don't know if it's physically possible with the game. And good. We're on 6. If these helicopters would go away, that'd help. I like having them for like a little bit of liveliness, but you know, I don't know. I want some AI vehicles in game, but it's like sometimes it's like I wish I could more dynamically change it. I can't see for shit. Where am I? Okay, I got a break now. I might have missed it. What are we on? 6, 1, 2, 3, 5. I gotta back it up just a touch. Because once the slack comes out of it, it takes a little bit for the slack to come out, and then pretty much once the slack comes out, you gotta be real ready to slam on the brakes. Cause it's got that I forget what these couplers are called. It has these couplers which are slacked up. It's just a lot of moving components on these, and so but I have a good computer, so it works all right. If you don't, you know, people struggle. Alright, good. So now the slack's pretty much out, so I gotta go to idle. It's funny how you finally like get good at, you get a good method going, and then you're pretty much done. Takes a little while to build up that good method. Okay, there we go. But once you get that, it's like it moves pretty fast, but like you gotta figure out what works well. Alright, 2 more after this, and then we'll probably finish up. Good to get the old Chronoplan out and get that fixed up and working. That'd be fun to be able to do some fast rescues with. That was one thing I like with Derail Valley, was by making it so you could kind of fast travel. You know, you would click to where you were looking and then be able to get there real fast. That was it was a good way to do it, because like you constantly want to run back and forth and like couple and do all these other things, and so it made it pretty effective. Go a little bit more. This one, just want to make sure I get them all. That one's emptying. Empty. 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 Very nice. Alright, good. Don't it require calm water? Well, I go do the rescues in calm water. So. They only use it when the waters are calm. That's good. Yeah, one more car, right? One more. One más. Yeah, these have too many moving parts, these cars. I like them a lot, but they just have too many moving parts. Part of it is so that they could do two different things. They could go to the metal factory and they could go here with bottom dumps. They could do bottom dump or side dumps, but it just makes it so that like they have a lot of subgrids for each one of these. Shit, I gotta go back a touch. All right. There we go. I gotta put the brakes on fast. It slammed it. So it had a lot. It has a lot. Oh Jesus! Because it's the last car, it has a lot of accordioning to do. So it has to take all the slack out. So I have to do this one really slow because the slack builds up and then it like, you know, it's got a lot of pushing force at that point. So I'm just gonna. I gotta slowly take the slack out. And I'm going backwards again, fucker. It's got so much slack between each car that by the time it gets to it, it pushes it a good half car length, so. We are moving, just slowly. All right, here we go. So again, slow is fast. Rush this here, you're gonna see it's gonna just take longer. All right, there we go. We're starting to accordion a little bit, so let's put on the brakes. There we go. Yeah, I don't think it would take too many resources. Let's fly into the map real quick. Like if you see, it's all this is hoppers. You can see their hoppers buried in the ground. And it wouldn't take much for them to like put something over here to drop coal there. And that's what I'd like to see them do, is just like put a spot right here for them to drop coal. And then you could take a truck in and it's not like you're driving on the train tracks to do that. Let's see. Let's go in a Dean Hall Quarry. That's a long drive. But that would be, how the fuck? Oh, you'd have to put on a train. That would be interesting to make some train cars, because I used to do this when I worked freight. Was I put the trailers on the train, so that'd be interesting. Arnold Quarry's up there. That's the one we're at. So but that would be neat to do. Alright, good. So that's all of our cars. Let's go back to base and then we'll finish up. This thing had to despawn it, but we'll try to just drive back real quick. I think the first one we gotta worry about is going up to the Arctic. So I'm moving with the train because I am still on the train. You can see my character standing right there. Awesome. What the fuck was that? What was that? Okay. Something hit right there. What the fuck was that? I don't have a blowtorch. I've been carrying a blowtorch with me all day, and then I need one. I don't have one. Then I don't have one. I'm just gonna despawn it. Alright, just gonna despawn it. I gotta get moving too here, and should be doing other stuff. Let's see. Okay, that's good. All right. Should be it, huh? What's our money at? Nice. All right, good. So finally got that coal sold. Most of it, there's a little bit left, but if we want to use some coal for something, we've got that. But that's pretty good. That was good. Got a bunch of different stuff done. Brought out some old builds. Worked on that. The hop. Yeah, that's what I was figuring. The hoppers hit the bottom of the train. That locomotive is really long, and the hoppers just clipped into it. They should be able to put it where there's no collision, but I don't know. All right, let's save it real quick, and then I gotta get done. Yeah, that was fun. Hopefully I'll be able to do some workbench maybe tomorrow. And I've got a bunch of builds that I either want to work on or deal with, so that should be good. So it's good to see everybody. Thank you guys for watching. If you liked the video, give it a like. If you're new and you enjoyed it, consider subscribing. I'll see you guys in the next one.